Give me a moment. There we go. I'm back. You would think this happens. I happens often enough that I'm in the habit of always checking, and it's literally always the one day I forget to check. Oh, which means that all my recording this morning have not worked. Oh. All right, give me a moment. I need to check something real quick. And welcome to the stream, Known Dark. Wow, what the hell did I do my eyes? Known Dark. Curious to ask, do I play D&D? No, I do not. I used to when I was younger. Hey, Reject. Welcome to the stream. I used to when I was younger. But I no longer do that. Okay. Yep. Damn it. Okay, so I need to... wrong folder. What the hell? Where are my... Why are you there? You're not, you don't belong there. All right, so you and you go back. No. Oh, why? Oh, why? What the hell is going on here? You go here. Stepping. Why is stepping up here? Okay, 5. Would I play again? I don't know. Um, One, there's a serious question on my part of time. Okay, so that's done. And that's broken. Okay. So these two are need to be redone again. Don't delete that. That goes here. Okay. Maybe it's not the game itself. It's not the genre. It's the medium. I'm I'm an old school player. Like when I played, the internet was not a thing. So for me, tabletop role playing are tabletop. Like for me, it's not comfortable playing with people on a screen. I prefer people. I'm 55. Wait, yeah, 50. I'm 55. I'm for me, it's comfortable around an actual table. So I've tried it recently, playing both as a GM and as a player. Um, Thank you. And it's just not comfortable. Like the screen, like like I said, it's, and then there's a question of the time. Like I don't have a lot of time available. Like I write full time, and when I'm done writing, I just want to relax. So, yeah, like it's not something it's not something I'm currently looking forward to doing. Okay, so there's, let me check something. There's a broken, why is this broken? Okay. There we go. Okay, why is that not showing up on the screen? Well, not that it's gonna matter because you guys don't have it at this time, but I'm a little miffed. Okay. All right, well, looks like Chat Ninja's broken again. And I'm not going to care right now. I got too much stuff to do to care at the moment. Fair, yeah. It's life. Alrighty, so for those who are new to the channel, this is Tuesday morning are read and corrects. So this is when I read chapters from my books and I correct them as I go. I record them. All right, let's lower the volume here a bit. There we go. I record them while I'm doing, so I'll be ignoring the chat. Finished chapter 10. Congrats. Happy with that. Not favorite chapter, but it's written a little later after. Yeah, that's the thing. So I am going to start this by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, which is already turned off. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 5 of The Technician's Fight. The cell block had to be uncomfortable for Kelsarians, Jeremy decided. While nowhere small, actually that would be one word, while nowhere small by his standard, the corridor leading to the cells was smaller than even the crawl space. You know what? I'm going to put that in quotes. The crawl space, single quotes to make the difference. The crawl space between the walls. The cells were divided into groups of 7, one to a cell, arranged in a circle so that the occupants would see each other. There was a strategy to who would be in the same group, Leah had told them, but it wasn't something she was involved in, so couldn't give him the details when he asked. The hunter escorted him to a group of cells with only one prisoner and left him there. The cells themselves were something else Jeremy expected would be uncomfortable to Kelsarians. on the small side with a straight bench that doubled as a bed. The only concession to privacy for the toilet was a curtain, and he wondered how long a Kelsarian would hold it before degrading themselves to going behind one of them. The lack of the lack of shower might be because cells weren't expected to be occupied for long enough to need them, or they had a system in place where prisoners were taken out to wash. The person he was here to see stretched on the bench, eyes closed. If she was asleep, this would be annoying. He doubted she'd take well to him waking her up. He wished he'd had a chair. A human design so he could flip it and rest his arms on the back, give himself what he thought would be some air of casualness. He softly cleared his throat, and she opened an eye, looked at him, and closed it, annoyed. Here to gloat. Why would you think I would do that? Why do you think I do that? Why else would you stand there all full of yourself looking down on me? No chair to sit in, and you're lying down. Short of sitting on the floor, this is the only position I can take. What do you want? She sighed. What do you want? For you not to end up in an incarceration center? She laughed. What the fuck do you care? What do you care? No. Why the fuck do you care? Honestly, I'd like to think I'm a decent person enough that when someone's heading for a death sentence, I try to talk them into taking the out they have, no matter how unpleasant that's going to be. It's prison. She motioned around them. It's not that bad. It's also not my first time. This is a cell. The incarceration centers are more like hard labor. The way it's been explained to me is that they drop you on a planet in the process of being terraformed, and you're left to survive while doing the work that machines can't do. She sat and searched his face. That doesn't sound legal. This isn't human space, and I know the psychologist told you Kelsarians aren't nice people. Incarceration centers are a representation of that. Yeah, well, it's not like I'm heading there anyway. There's a bunch of species I can petition for citizenship. She tapped the tablet. Just have to read up on which one I want to take me in. And you think one of them will? She smiled. I can be very charming when I want to be. Except that Leah had picked up on how strong her anti-establishment mindset was. Did anything you read tell you about mentalists? She frowned. Mind readers of a sort. Well, actual mind readers, if they're strong enough. There's going to be one when you go in front of the species representative you want to petition. It's not going to matter how charming you are. At the very least, the mentalist will pick up on your dishonesty. If they're strong enough, they're going to know how you plan on screwing them over and run off to form your own little group of criminal. That's bullshit. There's no way some oddie people like this Federation would allow that level of invasion of privacy. You'd be surprised the length they're willing to go to keep themselves in the places they control safe. As far as I know, they don't roam the halls listening to everything we think, but anyone can ask for one of them to be involved in any business transaction, which is what your petition will be, which is what your petition is. She stood and was slightly taller than he was. You know, for someone who started this by claiming not to want me to end up in one of those labor camps, you're sounding a lot like that's my only choice. It isn't. Reach out to your family. There's got to be at least one person who cares enough about you to intervene. Trust me, whatever you think will happen to you there can't be worse than what's waiting for you at an incarceration center. I've seen someone who survived it, a Kelsarian who survived it. There was barely anything of a person left. She had no idea how to function around other people. Or Glower told him what she thought of his argument, so he tried the only other thing he couldn't think of. You don't have the sickness. You at least have that going for you. So you don't have to know so you have to know they aren't. Oh, the sickness, she said with derision. The way you love another man, an alien, and one at that. And yeah, I know what the sickness is code for among them. I've been out here long enough listening to that broadcast to know to work that out. And if you think having that is the only way you end up abused by the people in power, you are some fucking sort of entitled. He swallowed his rebuttal down. He'd been one of the top antimatter engineer. He had 3 reactor designs to his name. So, yes, he'd been in a comfortable position that meant he couldn't know what she'd experience. He didn't think it made his argument wrong, though. I don't want you to die. Is that what your game is? Rescue poor little me so they can tell stories? More stories about you? Fucking some sort of star of the Federation isn't enough for you? You want to outshine him? I've got news for you. I don't need any rescuer. I can get myself out of whatever trouble people dump on me. Been doing it since the moment my dad decided I wasn't good enough for him. Been doing enough for him. So you go back to your fuckrog and tell him he can fuck you until the universe burns out. For all I care. I'm not handing myself over to those assholes so they can lock me up with all those criminals. I'm going to die before I give up my freedom. He stared at her. Mention of Galgeron being famous again eclipsed by her assertion she'd rather die than give up something she no longer had. She would die. He believed Leha when she told him that the humans were her only options to avoid an incarceration center. But what could he do if she didn't want to listen? It wasn't like they could dump her on a human ship and tell them to deal with it. Would they even be allowed to if there were human ships among Federation space? Among Federation species? Space. This should be space. Amongst Federation space? Look, we're a few months away. Yeah, that's singular. A few months away from a station. Use that time to think it over. If you pick one of them, don't try to screw them. They're going to know. Go home. That's your best chance to survive. She smirked. And your best chance is to let that animal use you like the toy you are. He left, taking his tablet out and writing one short message. I tried. A few seconds later, Leha's response came. Thank you for trying. Should this feel this comfortable? He asked the man walking around him, studying what Jeremy wore, the result of his work. When his trainer had told him he'd be getting combat armor, Jeremy had expected something printed, something more metal plates than fabric. He knew material science made it a lot possible, but what Kelsians look bulky? What Kelsians wore looked bulky, and he thought the ease they moved in, the ease with which they moved in it was due to their higher strength, not because it was comfortable. How do you plan to fight if you can't move in what's protecting you? The hunter replied. Another surprise was the breadth of jobs hunters had beyond being hunters. Tech-related made sense to him. In the field, hunters needed to know how to fix stuff. But after meeting his tailor, he'd asked Thurok, and nearly every hunter was either part of the crew or had jobs for when they weren't on a hunt, getting ready for one or resting from one. Hunters couldn't live off the hunt. The gods demanded they live. He stretched and the fabric moved. The plates were hard but didn't seem to have any weight to them. He hadn't had to be measured. The ship scanners had given the man all the measurements he needed. Jeremy had been instructed where to go to try it, had been told to undress and given an undergarment to put on. That would take the place of the fur that protected hunters from the rough material of the armor. How does it feel? The trainer asked. Like I could wear this all the time. You can't. This is for combat training only. It will stay in your locker at the fight hall. When you exercise, it's on you not to get hurt. He chuckled. My weight machine is safe. There's barely any moving part. It's all gravity manipulation. Her expression said how little she was impressed. Don't worry, I'll leave this at the hall. Then I'll see you tomorrow, mid-third shift. Jeremy placed his food tray on the table, then dropped into the seat next to Thurrock and groaned. We need to move our group meal to sometime not after I've just trained. How did you ever survive being pounded into mush to become a trainer? He, Jirani, and Atarikna chuckled. I have 3 sisters and brothers, Turek replied. Fighting is something we start doing quite young. And by that, you don't mean tussling in the dirt until one of you gives up, do you? How do Earthers' children learn to fight? Zeniel asked. We Talahan are at each other's throat as soon as we are out of our mother's womb. In it, if she happens to carry more than one. It's why there's never been identicals among the Halans. Identicals? You mean twins? Only what Earthers call identical twins, Leha said. Identicals are extremely rare, a blessing of the gods, some believe. They're lucky enough to be born with their heart, Scarif said. No hunting needed. That's just story, Pertiros replied. My Krysarik was an identical. She and her sisters were hearts. Weren't hearts. And wouldn't that cause problem if they had been? Jeremy asked and received curious stares. You know, the sex? Leah said. Being heart doesn't mean the relationship will be physical. It is usually part of it, but one does not force the other. The look the others exchanged said this was for his benefit, and he decided not to push. He didn't need confirmation. Kelsarians were fine with sibling having sex. He was starting to wonder if there was anything sexual they considered wrong. Tell me, Jermik, Alex said. Since this is an informal setting, how did you find going on a hunt? Jeremy was surprised by the question. Alex had thawed over the weeks since the hunt, but since he'd never asked, Jeremy thought his friend didn't care to know. But as he said, this was informal, as Jeremy enforced when they hung out as a group, the first such gathering since they'd gone on the pirate ship. Hectic. Had to keep my head down most of the way to their engineering, got shoved out of the way a few times as a fight dropped on top of us. He chuckled once, literally, as 3 pirates were hiding in the open corridor ceiling. Once we made it to engineering, it was just about figuring out how to work around all the crazy modification they'd done to it so I could make sure it wouldn't blow up. Managed it with plenty of time to spare, too. Then got ambushed and knocked out. You did not hesitate, Alex said, his expression becoming guarded. Alex, can we not do this? I explained my reason already, and we're hanging out. No rank, no responsibilities to other, just me and a bunch of my friends. His friend looked around the table, his ears folded back. Yes, of course. My apologies. I didn't mean to disrupt the meal. It's simply that... He shook his head. As you said, this isn't the place. Jirani left the table. Scarif, how's the workout coming along? I'm getting stronger, his friend announced. The machine increased the weight by 1 kilo. This will require research. This is based on a decision I made regarding how things are going to progress, in that Kelsarians are based off ambush predators. Because I don't want any of my species to be the best, I decided to go. They're built on strength and quick fighting. They don't have endurance the way humans do. And basically that's where humans excel. Humans are adaptable and high endurance being. And I don't know how that would affect weight training. So I'm going to have to find somebody, maybe a trainer, and figure out how would somebody like somebody who genetically cannot gain endurance, how would that affect their strength building? Because Scarif is Kelsarians, and he doesn't like fighting. That is how Kelsarians exercise and fight. He doesn't like it because he's bad at it. And he's fallen in love with Jeremy's weight machine. but I need to figure out how his strength progression would work. I threw it like that just to have something there because this is a first draft. I'm not going to worry about it. But before I do the second draft, I need to figure that out. That's good. When did it do it last? His friend's surprised expression was enough of an answer. Scarif had started training on it before Jeremy had been kidnapped, and in all that time had only increased how much he could lift by 1 kilo. Jeremy kept his thoughts silent. But there might be something to weightlifting not being a method Kalsarians got much out of. Girani returned with a piece of pie. How did you get a cook to make that? Xeniel demanded, looking disgusted. Use the printer. She used a fork to cut a piece off and eat it. Are you working on different flavors? It was the only time she used a utensil, and he understood pies were not made for claws. That much sweetness can't be healthy, Thrick said. Medical cleared me. She replied between bites. How long ago was that? Leah asked. Journey's expression darkened slightly. Are you poking into my head? I don't have to. You are only hiding your physical discomfort at the thought of your next medical. The thoughts themselves are loud. You should slow down, Jimmy said. Even with us, too much sweet isn't good. Medical complication from it can get expensive to treat. I'll be fine, she replied with a forced confidence of someone who knew what she did wasn't great, but wasn't willing to stop. It wasn't like he could force her to stop since she had the recipe. How's training to be a beta coming along? He asked Turix, and chuckled. That good? Thorek glared at the hunter builder. It's been weeks of looking at recordings of fight in the field and training, and then writing reports on how the fight went, which fighters showed which weakness, and how I should go about teaching them to overcome it. It's been all reading and barely any actual fighting. I'm going to be a beta of Hunters of the Line. I should be honing my fighting. Someone didn't know what he was getting into, Atarikna said. I didn't ask to be trained for rank of... to be trained to be a beta. Someone suggested I'd be a good fit for it. He looked at Jeremy. Don't look at me. I didn't even know that was a thing. Your heart is who told my beta to teach me. It might have something to do, Praeteros said, with someone dropping everything to take part in rescuing Jeremy, not once, but twice. He's my friend. I wasn't going to let him be held by the Earthers. Initiative is a trait looked for in betas, Leah said, since it tends to lead to hunters who will run off to fight their own battles without the added responsibilities. Are you saying being made a beta is punishment? Jeremy asked, trying not to laugh. No, it is an honor. Doesn't feel like one right now, Thorek grumbled. Just think of when you have a pack of your own, Troini said. Young hunters filled with lust for battle, just clawing for an excuse to throw themselves at our enemies, and you having to explain to your alpha how that happened. Thorek groaned, and she was pleased. Excuse me, Jeremy said, standing and avoiding looking at the eatery's entrance. He didn't want to tip off his stalker. He didn't want to tip his stalker. He'd noticed him. He was getting tired of this. He did his best to keep people between him and the entrance, which meant he only had the occasional view of it and the gray, white, and brown Kelsarian there, who'd been glaring in his direction. Then, between sight, he was gone. When he reached it, there was no sign of Gradgran's friend among either side of the hallway. Quietly cursing, he returned to his friends. Tonight, he was telling his heart to do something about that guy. And that concludes Chapter 5 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Da, 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 da. Chapter 10, yep, alright. Okay, why did you fail? Weasel. Not logged in. Huh. Okay. Let's delete that. Let's go here. There we go. Pop, 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 pop. 28th. Hey, Colo. Hey, Cool Imp. Welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing today? Waiting for 11 gigs of stuff to download. Well, I hope your connection is nice and fast. Rewriting the book you sent me. Seems to work for another book. Hey, James. Consider yourself hugged back. It's not 4 hours. I hope you have something to keep you occupied in the meantime then. Back on the laptop solution. Speaking of the laptop, it seems to have resolved it. I did receive the cooling plate, and I have the temperature readout of my of it, and it still feels quite hot, but the temperature actually drops much lower than it used to. So I still think it needs to be cleaned. It needs to be looked at, but this feels like I've got this feels like I've given myself time to work out when to get that done. Huh. I had not realized there was a piece of plastic on there until now. Alrighty, I'm gonna start another read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 6 of The Technician's Fight. Captain, the commenter said, looking at him, the leadership is contacting us, demanding to speak with you. Demanding did not bode well. I'll take it in my office. Kergirik Dormitora Virisos, you have decision authority in my absence. No matter how long the Admiral kept him, this didn't warrant calling a beta to take his place. The hunter at the censor board acknowledged him with a flick of the ear without looking away from his work. Once seated, he readied himself for a fight, not to have to do whatever inane order he was going to be told to follow, then accepted the call. Instead of Admiral Thromakarin Omeritamil Selstafe, a female appeared before him, seated on the other side of his desk and studying him. "How may I address you?" he asked, since he had never seen her before. "I am Admiral Thumdora Skirale Tofme F. Alan, Captain Gargaran Selravnir." He focused on the use of captain to keep from reacting to the fact she was a Halan. Only Pirates Clan used that addition, and only those proud of their origin kept it if they managed to break away from them. That she had made Admiral while being proud of her pirate origin meant he was dealing with someone of strength. He memorized her name so he could look her up once this meeting was over. "How can I help the leadership, Admiral Thromdora Skirale Tofme F. Alan?" "I need you to change course. You are requested at Asgaron Station." "I'm heading there after delivering a prisoner to an incarceration center." No matter how many times the psychologist had spoken with her, Allison McMartin had refused to appeal to her people, and she'd, in the psychologist's words, refused to appeal to anyone who'd just tell her they were too good for her to be one of them. "You can deliver them after you have dealt with the situation at Asgaron." "That isn't protocol. Anyone found guilty of a crime warranting an incarceration, spare me the laws, Captain Galgran Selhalravnir. I'm in no mood." He made an effort to rein in his annoyance. "All right. Then what can be so pressing that only I can deal that pressing there? What can be so pressing there? Oh, there. That only I can deal with. The Earthers have laid claims that technician Jeremy Bradshaw's claim of Calcerian citizenship is invalid and therefore must be returned to them." What the fuck are they talking about? They can't claim anything like that after they kidnapped and tortured him. The Earther government still claims they had nothing to do with that incident, and no one has found evidence they were involved. Only that Earthers were involved and that they are working toward. Only that Earthers were involved. And they are working towards finding and apprehending them so the Federation can prosecute. And there's a lot of them here. Actually, is there? No, there's only, but it's just very close. The Federation can prosecute them. Yeah. They're never going to do that. I agree. But they are following procedures, and because of that, there's nothing we can do to keep them from laying the claim. Jeremy's claim can't be denied. As my heart, he is Calcerian. They are claiming that the validity of him being your heart is in question. The Heart's Law doesn't care about species, he snapped. They argue that because his sickness affects the mind, if left untreated, he can't understand what it means to be your heart, or even understand that it means anything. What sickness? He asked, his tone suspicious enough she tilted an ear. They call it encephalothromytapil darminal. She struggled around the Earther words. They claim that an investigation into his habit, that will be plural, revealed that unknown to them, stopped taking his medication sometime before you reached the station, and that by the point when he was on your ship, when he asked to stay with you, that his cognitive functions had been affected. They can't be serious. They lodged an invalidity claim with the Federation following every protocol. Fine, have a mentalist on board. I'll have her do an evaluation of Jeremy and she'll disprove their claim. It won't do. They are making statements about it. They aren't making statements about his current state of mind, but the one he was initially the one when he initially made the claim of wanting to be with you. That's convenient, since there's no way to prove anything about it then. She nodded. What argument are they making against him making the claim again? It was the easiest way out of it, so they'd try something to prevent it. They claim that after more than a year on your ship, that even if medical inadvertently brought his condition under control, he can have been led to accept that our ways are correct for him, even without anyone forcing him to believe it. Are they actually claiming that a mentalist analysis of my heart state of mind would be invalid? Not invalid, inapplicable to the situation. That the length of time he's been exposed to our ways is enough to get him to see them as normal, even if they are not something an healthy earther would ever. If they are not something an healthy earther would ever consider so. Jimmy had said his government would continue scheming. Gagarin hadn't expected him to be right to this extent. Then we invalidate the claim through them not filing it correctly. It'll at least give us time to. We can't. What do you mean we can't? They filed the claim flawlessly. We had our best adjudicator go over the details. And there is not one mistake in how it was filed. How do they even know all the procedures that have to be followed? He didn't know what they were. Claims on the level of governments were well beyond him. But he had to file. But he'd had to file several as captain in Alpha when ships from other species interfered in his investigations, and more than once he'd had to refile it because his opposition pointed to errors or omissions in the process he'd followed. They clearly have allies. Among our people? He asked in disbelief. That's unlikely. Even your ardent detractors haven't been able to side with the Arthurs after what they did to your heart. But there are other species, and they all have access to the same procedure files we do. You realize this is only an excuse to get him onto a station where they will have a ship and personnel at the ready. They aren't going to keep him on the station if they get their hands on him. They are going to hide him on their ship in their territory and deny any involvement. Zenker gave his world a growl. I will not let them keep him to torture again. She nodded. The leadership is giving you permission to use whatever measures you deem needed to keep your heart safe during this. Like he needed their permission. But that she gave it had meaning. He wouldn't be alone. Alpha, when the Earthers claimed he was breaking rules, he'd have the strength of his government at his back. Thank you. The acknowledgement was limited to a flick of the ear this time. There is one other thing you need to be aware of. They had to declare everyone they are bringing, because of what happened last time, that they will leave the ship or not. A name caught the attention of our analysts. Harry Bradshaw. Jeremy's father, he said. The name had come up a handful of times, and Gagarin had been left with the impression that what his parents had allowed to happen to him when he was a teen had caused more of a distance between him and his father than his mother. Thank you for confirming our suspicions. If they are bringing him, they plan to make use of him, possibly to appeal to Earther familial bonds. He nodded. Jeremy cared about his family, even with what had happened. Did your adjudicator compile a plan of action to fight their claims? I don't have anyone on my ship with the training to take on a government. They did. I am sending it now. But one of them told me something I think you'll find interesting. He believes that this isn't a fight for adjudicators, but for hunters. I don't... Or maybe he did understand. His experience with adjudicators showed that their first instinct was to placate First instinct was to placate their enemy, to find equalities from which resolutions could be built. He could only think of a few cases where he'd gotten everything he'd claimed for when they were involved, and those were because it had come to light that the other party had broken protocols. Every other time, he'd had to be satisfied with partial victories. Maybe this was a claim before the adjudicators, but he couldn't afford a partial victory, especially if the Earthers were planning something underhanded. Thank you, Admiral Thondora Skirale Tufme F. Alan. I will set on creating a strategy immediately. He growled at the file before him. The problem with approaching an adjudicator problem with a hunter's perspective was that every suggestion his betas had offered amounted to storming the chamber and forcing the Earthers to admit to their wrongdoing. The methods varies depending on which specialty the beta had, but the end result was the same. Covered Up suggested infiltrating their ship's computers and extracting the information. Investigation wanted to put in claims for all transmissions, and someone had to have said something that would clue them in on the plans. Thought that going with the finances would be the best way. His frontline beta suggestions were straightforward. March in, take control of the situation, and not leave until they had the result they wanted. They'd spent the rest of his shift and a half of the next going over options, and nothing of use had come of it. He'd sent them home and had come home himself, planning on a shower to relax just before Jeremy arrived and started on food, but instead he'd sat in his office and had gone over everything again, looking for something, anything. He did not look forward to telling him about this. Ral, his heart called. Here, he replied, rubbing a temple. Please stand by me. Otimar Ruxterik, and whispered the words that would let me break this to him gently. I am done, Jeremy snarled, stepping into his office. You are going to tell that friend of yours to fucking stop it. He rubbed his temple harder. What are you talking about? That Tommy Toral has just spent an entire shift following me around, glaring and running off the moment I look at him. Then try harder. What? Jer, just try harder, okay? No, you are going to tell him to stop. No, I'm not, he snapped. You're the one who has a problem with him. He's the one who has a fucking problem with me for some fucking unknown reason. It's not unknown. He couldn't keep the derision from his tone, and Jeremy narrowed his eyes. Why is he stalking me? Talk with him, Jeremy snorted. How about you tell him to come talk with me instead? I don't have the fucking time, Jer. How about you fucking make it, Growl? And what? Let the Earthers just plan how they're going to take you from me without doing anything? Jimmy's expression turned flat. What? He fought the urge to curse the god of wisdom. It wasn't like he'd have heard any of his whispers through their screaming. They're trying again. They're claiming you have some sickness and that it affected your mind, and because of that, you weren't sane when you said you wanted to be with me. I can't. He had his heart in his arm before the panic set in too deeply. I won't let them, Jer. They will never take you from me again. Believe me when I tell you this. No god, theirs or mine, or anyone else's, will be able to keep me from protecting you. He pulled away and watched his heart's eyes. Watched the panic recede until he felt he'd be able to hear the rest of what he had to say. But that's what I have to focus on, Jer. So you need to handle Tom. Talk with him. He keeps running. He isn't courageous the way you are. You're going to have to corner him. You're going to have to force it on him. Why can't you just tell him to sit down and tell me what I've done to cause this? Because if I force him, it's not going to be resolving anything. I can't be involved in that. Because you're already involved in him creating the problem, aren't you? Jeremy closed his eyes. Did I steal you from him? No, Jeremy, you didn't. I'm not his to be stolen from. Jeremy hugged him tightly. I'll do my best to find a way to talk with him. I'm glad this didn't get too bad between us. He held his heart gently. You might not be done screaming. Your father is among those coming to enforce their claims. Jeremy didn't scream. He laughed. It was a bitter and angry sound. And that concludes Chapter 6 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good way. I think I said that wrong. Oh, well. Alrighty, I am going to start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 7 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy was happy the training uniform that had been made for him was so sturdy, because he was confident the violence with which he put it on would have ripped anything else. He had lost count of the times he'd caught sight of Grogran's friend glaring at him in the distance. Of course, he'd always seemed to do it when Jeremy was at his friend's and not in a position to chase after him and put an end to this. He hoped that his training would put him up against someone able to take a punch, because if he managed to connect, he was putting his anger he'd built into the hit. He scanned finding hunters until he located his trainer. "Come with me," she instructed once he reached her, and he followed out of the fight hall to another room where hunters were firing at targets moving in the distance. He was worried that she'd ask him to shoot people when he noticed that instead of blood, those hit lost chunks, which vanished before hitting the floor. A hunter fights with more than his claws and his mind, Cub, she said. You must be able to fight when you are out of range of your enemy. She opened the cabinet. This is where these come in. There was a familiarity to the weapons that felt jarring. While the detail varies, the general shape were close enough to guns and rifles he'd seen in movies. He wondered, if they all came from a singular manufacturer. Then he realized that with being so similar, there were probably limited ways weapons could be designed and maintain their efficiencies. It didn't matter how you curved a blade. If you wanted it to cut, the side that would hit the target needed to be sharp. If you wanted your gun to take down an opponent, it needed a power source, a way to generate the bolt and send it to the target in such a way that it was taken down. It also needed to be comfortable to use. And there, he noticed a detail no movie gun matched. The lack of a trigger. The lack of a trigger. I thought Kalsarians didn't do standard designs. He motioned to the 4 identical rifles. We do have print technology. These were designed by a variety of weaponsmiths. The design that suits our needs have been adopted and printed as required. She took a handheld one and handed it to him. The grip fit his hand, and where shooters would rest their fingers on the side of the weapon above the trigger in movies was an indentation for his, with a well at the end for the tip of his finger, for his claw. That was how the weapon was triggered. Normally, the grip of the weapon would be keyed to your palm print while on the ship. But because of your glove, the one you will... Why would be on the ship? Would be keyed to your palm print. But because of your glove, the one you will train with... Oh, I remember why I put that in, because in the field hunters would also be wearing gloves, but yeah, not needed. But because of your gloves, the The one you will train with needs to be keyed to proximity, same as hunters who are in the field. It means that you cannot allow someone to put your glove on and get hold of your weapon. Wouldn't a scan of my body be more effective? I expect that if we are not using that, there is a reason. How small could a scanner get? They were handheld, but could those process the level of information needed to identify someone? The one in his weight machine was the size of his tablet, but its processing was centralized, and it was powered by the ship the same way the machine itself was. Cub? Sorry, trying to work through a problem as I don't have all the data on. What? He asked suspiciously. You will be one of those, she replied neutrally. I shouldn't be surprised. One of those what? One of those hunters who ends up not belonging on the front line, but in a lab, making everyone but your beta's life easier. He almost protested, then realized she was right. He'd always be thinking of problems he encountered and ways around them, and it didn't make him less of a hunter, just one with a specialty. And he was surprised at how much he cared about being recognized as a hunter. Always needs to be the best. You know what? That'll be italicized because it's a memory. Always needs to be the best, Baron often complained when he didn't know Jeremy was in earshot. It was part of what had led to him being picked by Dr. Manuel in the end, something to focus on instead of the pervasive discomfort that had been with him the entire time through university. So I just point and shoot. He lined up a shot for the target area, only for his hand to be painfully forced down. Do not point your weapon at anyone you don't intend to kill. This isn't a ballad where you get to run around, fire without thought, and the editors make sure only the proper targets are hit. The chastising lost some of his effect at that image. So you have those kind of stories too. Her expression was not pleased. Yes, and they are the bane of those charged with training cubs to become hunters. Like you. Except I expected my cub to be mature about the weapons he was handed. His ears burned. Sorry. Remember this lesson and I will be satisfied. She led him to a partition and keyed in information. In the distance, a Tahornian appeared. Is it just going to stand there and let me shoot it? As you don't have any training, I don't expect it will need to move to survive you. He stared at her. He'd seen enough movies to know how this went. It wasn't like back when they used chemical propellant. There was no kick to using these. He glanced at the target, lined up his shot, looked at her, and tensed his finger for the claw to extend. And nothing happened. He looked at the target and did it again. And it didn't again. She didn't smirk or twitch an ear when he looked at her again. When he looked at her. You forced my arm down. I thought that meant the safety was off. I will force a carb's arm down, even if the weapon they use is a facsimile. It is something that needs to be learned for not just when your weapon is live, but for all conditions. Your weapon could have a fault that prevents it from shutting down properly. Carelessness leads to the death of your allies instead of your enemies. You should not be the reason a hunter enters the forest, that it be their appointed time or not. He looked away. Sorry. Learn the lesson, and I will be satisfied. You are a cub. I do not expect you to know everything, but you are older, so I expect not to have to teach the same lesson twice. You won't. Good. She showed him the one she held, finger also in the trigger well. She took it out under the well, closer to you. Curl your finger until it fits comfortably. Extend your claw. There will be resistance. Push through. Then your weapon will be active. It will remain so until you deactivate it or it moves out of range. He didn't feel anything where the tip of the finger rested, but looking at it, he saw the hole his claw would go in. He tensed, and the claw extended. The glove returned tactile information he'd learned to interpret as his claws not being able to fully extend, such as if his fingertip pressed against a tabletop. He tensed it harder, and and the sensation changed. To go with it, a dot turned blue on the side of the trigger well. Instead of being cocky, he kept his eyes on the target as he lined the shot. Tensing his finger caused the weapon to twitch, and he missed. That was easily remedied. He missed again. And again. He ground his teeth. This shouldn't be so hard. It was just pointing and triggering. After that, it was about accounting for the discrepancy between the notch at the end of the barrel he used to line the shot and where he hit. With a snarl, he fired until the blue light turned yellow, then red, and nothing happened when he triggered it. Did you get all that out of your system? She asked, and he glared at her. How about you let me change that? What the target looks like. He could think of one person that would motivate him to hit right now. No, this is not a place to enact vendettas. If you have a problem with another hunter, meet them on the mat. He's not a hunter. Jeremy grumbled. Then talk with him. She took out a cartridge from a pocket. Charge pack. She turned her weapon to the side, pressed a claw in another well, and a same pack pushed out at the back of the grip. She took it, put the other one in, and lined a shot she didn't take. Now you. She handed him the pack. There was more resistance than he expected, as if the tip of his claws was what pushed the pack out. It was an interesting safety to ensure the pack wasn't taken out by accident, but in the middle of a firefight, he could see that being a problem. When he had it in, she handed him another pack. Again. 7 times she had him do it before motioning to the target, still standing. Leave your emotions out of it, she instructed. Only bad thing comes from anger, he said, reciting a line from one of the comedies he'd enjoyed with his friends back on Einstein. No, anger has its place, but when you need to think, to aim, it will interfere. Right, she couldn't get the reference. He controlled his breathing, lined the shot, and kept his hand relaxed as he flexed his fingers and triggered the weapon. A chunk of the Terhornian vanished out of its chest, and he fired again. Another chunk, and he fired again, and again, this time imagining molten fur, brown, whites, and black, that glared just before he ran off. There, he said, grinning when the light turned red and only the lower body was left. Maybe anger does have its place with you at range. Just who do you hate that much? Thurok said, and Jimmy spun in surprise. No one, he hurried to say, and the look both gave him said he had better come up with something good unless he was willing to tell them about his stalker. The humans got my dad to come here and they're going to use him against me? Thurok winced. I see, his instructor said. Then it might be best if we resume this once you have processed the event. No, I'm fine, he protested. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Cub, you hurt. What you did there makes that plain. Family shouldn't be used against you, but not everything is as the god wish. He wanted to ask how things could go against what the gods wanted, but she was looking at Thurok. If your training is done, why don't you take Cub with you to change? Before Jeremy could protest again, she walked away. Thurok took the weapon from him, returning it to the cabinet, then led him back to the locker room. I'm sorry your father's being used against you like that. To be honest, I doubt it took a lot of convincing on their part for him to do this. The way I remember things, he, more than my mom, didn't take well that I was drawing naked men. She sort of went along. I remember her looking scared for me, I think. I remember angry tones, accusatory one, like I was guilty of something. A bond between parents and child should be stronger than that, Thurok said. It is a gift the gods grant us, and we must cherish them for it. When are the gods going to gift you near Lakasar with one? Oh, they already have. 3 times. Jimmy stared. What? How come this is the first time I've heard of this? The look his friend gave him was bashful. You weren't exactly comfortable with our sexual. How sexual we are, and our oldest, Tinny, he was entering that stage where everything for him is about sex. I've been here for well over a year now. There was plenty of time to introduce me since. Not unless you are interested in explaining with demonstrations the way Earthers and Calcarians are different sexually to him. He's still in that phase? Thurok sighed. We are despairing of him ever leaving it. We have no idea where he gets all that sexual energy or interest. A hunter at another locker snorted, and Thurok glared at her. Jeremy didn't comment, but with how often he'd seen his friend sneak off with someone, he figured this was a case of son taking very well after his father. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. Neela Kassar greeted him, adding a hug. It is a pleasure to see you again. I think that technically it's Cub Jeremy Bradshaw right now, hunter training and all that. I hope you don't mind. I talked him into coming here, Thurok said, rubbing muzzle with her. After how he decimated the target he was practicing on, I figured he needed to relax. You didn't have anyone scheduled, and I know he likes your massage. I am going to see if Krefren is available. You don't have to make time for me, Jeremy protested. I'll be happy with any other masseuse. She replied, but he didn't hear it, noticing molted black, brown, and white fur further within the shop. He'd been on alert for him to show up the entire walk here, and the bastard had gotten here ahead of him. Got naked and clearly comfortable with the guy next to the table. And okay, he was reaching. Why would Tomeri Mortoral bother undressing if this was about ambushing him with more glaring, which he wasn't doing right now? He wasn't even looking in his direction. The guy's attention was entirely on the other one, and he was getting hard. And, okay, he was bigger than Gragoran. Was he bigger than Gragoran? Almost certainly longer. And considering how his heart reacted to Jeremy's head, he could see how he might have enjoyed time in the bed with that guy. And he so didn't need that image right now. He certainly didn't need his body reacting to what he was unwillingly imagining when he was about to get naked in front of Thurok's mate. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw? She called to him, motioning to the table next to the table. I'm going to need a minute or more if he couldn't get his mind to stop imagining his heart with this talker going at it. His face burned, caught fire when she looked around him and smiled. He is rather fletching. I'm with someone, he replied, despairing that any of his friends would stop teasing him about other guys. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy what you see or imagine the possibilities. You aren't helping, he grumbled in his hand. She chuckled, and the air between the two of them and the other became opaque. Undress. You won't be the first aroused male I've had on one of my tables. Relaxing your body will cause that to also relax. She had to encourage him again when it came time to remove his pants. Then she had him on his stomach on the table. So, he said, to give himself something other than those two to think about. Thurok mentioned something about your oldest discovering sex. She groaned. I swear, the god took my mate and copied him into our son. He chuckled. It seemed like at least one of the parents knew where their son got it from. No. Alex glared at him. Come on! I don't care that we're at the station. You have got to have something for me to do. Do you have any idea how boring it is? With everyone else able to wander off there and me being stuck here? I'm sorry, Jeremy, but you can't, I can't have you work. You shouldn't be on the ship. I know why, so no need to explain it to me. But it means you can be called at any moment to present yourself. I can't have that happen while you're in the middle of a task. Take the time to work on one of your projects. I don't want to work on my projects. I have to be at home for that, alone for that. Growl's out there fighting for me and I'm stuck here not doing anything. Please, be a friend and just give me a board to watch. As your friend, I don't have the authority to allow you there. And as the engineer, I can't afford the possible disruption your sudden departure might cause. He placed a hand on Jeremy's arm and squeezed. Just relax, Jeremy. Soon you will be called to fight for yourself before those who want to take you from us. Rest. make sure you have the energy to stand up to them. Jeremy had it away. He couldn't rest. He needed to burn. He needed to burn any. He had too much energy to burn off. This fight was about him, for him. He should be involved. Instead, he had nothing to do but simmer in anger. Okay, this I'm all going to change immediately. He had it for the leisure, and I'm changing it because I ended it there because I was out of time, and I wanted to conclude the chapter. And I need Jeremy to be in one of the gyms. And discussing things over the weekend with my co-scripter made me realize that not only was it a very, very sudden switch in mindset, but that the way I want things to happen, I need Jeremy. The section with Jeremy, I can't switch to Graal right now because the next Graal chapter starts with him on the station dealing with the humans for all that. And before that happens, I need Jeremy in the actual in the gym, noticing Tom there, glaring at him, and finally cornering him. And I need the argument, the discussion / argument, to evolve to the point of what will happen when the humans demand to see Jeremy. So yeah, so I need to add possibly another chapter, or if it's short enough, tack it on to this. But yeah, so I'm starting it. I'm sending him to his weight machine instead. Alrighty, so this concludes chapter 7 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And good morning, Akla. How are you doing today? You are doing well. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well also. Had a nice long weekend. Treated myself to pizza yesterday. And in the process realized that with better planning, I can enjoy better Oh, you are correct. Thank you, Reject. So yeah, with better planning, I can enjoy a more extravagant meal during the holidays. So, so the plan going forward is to allow myself $20 for each holiday with which to buy when I do my groceries, luxury food. And you know, to me that doesn't mean a whole lot, but you know, that would mean buying good ice cream instead of the cheapest stuff. Um, you know, if I feel like pizza, buying a store bought, a grocery store pizza, because you know there are good ones that way. And but yeah, like, you know, I'll get more out of my money. All right. So, yeah, and you know, it's a lot. Like the pizza I had was $15. It was good, but it was pizza. You know, it was $15. So, well, you see, that's the thing with me. Pizza never lasts. Like, it literally doesn't matter how big the pizza is. Once I start, and especially pizza you buy at places like Little Caesars, um, that, like, those pizzas are not filling to me. Like, if I were in my hometown, if I were to go to Bravo Pizzeria, I have learned to order smaller pizzas because theirs are filled with stuff. But yeah, I do miss Bravo. Pizza never lasts for your family. We blow through 2 large. Well, yeah, but you are a family. I'm a lone person. Like, I can have a large from Double Double, which is kind of the Little Caesar equivalent in Ontario, and I can just eat the whole thing without realizing I've eaten the whole thing. But yeah, like, I kind of figure that. How did that get turned on? That you know, planning a bit more with a bit of planning, I can enjoy a holiday meal basically, for like, or even, you know, any, you know, holiday snacks. Like, again, like, it's more about the, come on, there you go. There's 6 of you. Oh yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, too large for 6 people makes for a reasonable meal. Or me going hungry. That's 2 times your family when you order pizza. Unreasonable, hard to justify going to make that. Ouch. Yeah. I mean, I also don't go out to McDonald's at all. Ever since they stopped frying their apple pies, I lost interest in McDonald's. Actually... So yeah, that's gonna be here. And a lot of that has already been covered. So yeah, we'll see how much that is when I write it. Okay. Alright, so that's dealt with. Alright, I am going to start on another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'll be right back. All right, microphone is on. Desktop audio is off. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 73 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs looked at the people among the crowd he followed, trying to identify those mistreated by their ruling class. In other cities, those people were easier to find. Those abused by the city's systems looked it. A family barely holding on to their lodging looked like it was where every quain went. Their clothing were in tatters, no matter how fine they started as. They were thin, as they barely afforded the minimum to subsist. At a glance, he'd have a handful of people who'd find silvers or coppers they'd somehow misplaced at the bottom of a drawer. Here, the city placed enough importance on everything appearing well that people put that first. The only place they couldn't was on the street. There wasn't enough of anything there for them to cover up what they had. They had nothing. He'd done what he could, but this street's copper were broken with a precision that meant they were well controlled. They were well controlled, too controlled to be the making of the street itself. Everyone else looked fine. Their clothing might be worn, but nothing that said they were in the process of being destitute. Even the way they moved gave little away, and the outside of every house looked fine. The whitewash was recent on all of them, and he watched a group applying it to all the houses along a street. Only sensing the wood and stone made them gave him a sense of which house did or didn't belong to someone in financial trouble. The need to appear as everything was fine explained to Tibbs why the citizen had easy access to the clerics. If they were allowed to rot from the inside, they wouldn't be able to carry on maintaining the illusion the city was well governed. He was baffled by the amount of work the rulers put into it when so few people came. Were they so afraid the king would find out? And wouldn't it be easier to just make sure everyone had enough food and coin so they could live and work comfortably? Wouldn't it be easier to rule properly than building up the illusion they did? Were they so arrogant as to not understand that? With careful attention, he found people to leave coins with. He couldn't give them as much as he wanted. The change in their comfort would be noticed and questioned. Justified or not, they would be taken away for those and didn't always return. They would be taken and might not always return. He'd come to realize that many times when the nimble roamer kept guards from taking someone away, that had been the reason. More than once, he'd been left wanting to reach out and bring the city office down, to find the rulers and burn everything they had so they'd learn the wrongness of what they did. But he recognized it for his anger, and he knew the damage he'd caused this way would overshadow any potential good. Still, anytime he couldn't stop a guard from taking someone away, anytime he found himself feeling like the entire city was one street, pretending it was something else, he wondered if the satisfaction of destroying everything here might not be enough to do it. And because of that, he knew he couldn't be the one acting on it. With his proper paper in order, he was able to find official lodging where the scholar he claimed to be could keep his tools. One advantage to the efficiency of the system was that no one bothered checking a clerk had entered the information in the city's registry. He presented his permit, the library clerk looked at it, made an entry in the journal, allowed him in. So long as the dates were adjusted, the clerk didn't question his presence. Same with the lodging. So long as he had the permit and the quains, they didn't question his stay. The clerk had asked what he intended to research, and by then, Tibbs had decided on the kingdom's economic impact on its neighbors. It would let him excuse reading just about any book, since just about anything could be connected to a kingdom's economy. The library was as well appointed as any he'd visited, and surprisingly well frequented, considering how few people came to the city. It was possible that, like who he pretended to be, scholars from other cities worked through the arduous process of getting a permit, or the city simply had a large cast of scholars of its own. If it did, they certainly seemed better off than the rest of the city folks. They certainly thought they were. It was the rare scholar who hadn't reinforced that impression. Intellect, he'd often heard one of them say, was of the utmost importance, and the distraction of the common folks couldn't be allowed to get in the way. In their own way, they were like nobles, but at least the worst of their crimes amounted to disdain, indifference. It only took him a few visits to learn the forest of the lost was Sunrise Mid-Nadir of Torlaris. Its edge, starting 3 days galloped away, the closest village along it, was 2 weeks at horseback Sunrise Ward, or a month Sunset Ward. With that established, he searched for books that contained stories that could lead him to the dungeon, as well as anything that might address the elements, or even hinted of weaving with accents. Figured he'd need a year to settle the situation in the city, and he planned on making good use of the time he wasn't busy with doing that. She showed up a month after Tibbs started his research. He would have missed her, speaking with one of the librarian, if not for how his sense muddled where she stood. He used returning a book to its shelf as the reason to walk by them, taking in the copper hair, brown eyes, and the metal layers within the leathers. She glanced at him without stopping the conversation. 2 months ago, she returned her attention to the librarians, and Tibbs used an etching of air to carry the words to him as he stepped out of sight between shelves. "We get many visitors," the man answered. "It is impossible to remember each of them." "Really? I didn't see anyone around the platform." That you did not arrive at the same time as others does not mean no one comes." "Fine. How many of them are still here?" "He always stays until everything else he's doing is finished." Her accent was thick, but he wasn't sufficiently at ease with Fristier to tease it apart. But he thought he heard Latiranians in it. He had to show that permit everyone's coming here is forced to get, so you know who's here that arrived back then. A scholar's permit is verified when they pay for their admission. We do not record that information. Tibbs knew the information had been written. Did the scholar not appreciate her investigating the library? Erudite speech had an advantage in masking how someone felt. It all sounded condescending. "Why not? How can you not want to keep track of who comes and goes?" "That is the work of the intake office. Go bother them." "I can't unless I have a name to give them," she replied. "And I know he comes to this place. He always spends a lot of time in the libraries." "This is an institution of learning. Any who have gone through the steps to gain admissions are welcome here. Those who do come here to improve themselves and their understanding of the world. We don't take part in the chaos outside you claim he is connected to." "Oh, trust me. He works with that Romer character." Tibbs startled. How had she worked that out? There was nothing about the characters he created as a distraction that connected to anyone else he pretended to be, especially not the ones he used for his research. He narrowed his sense to her, trying to pick up a detail that might tell him who she was, but the muddiness obscured her nearly entirely. The only part of her he sensed without difficulty was below the knees. So the question was, how had she gotten her hand on one of those stones? These was familiar with that muddiness. He hadn't sensed it since breaking the large block of green stone in the guild. And the guild had taken pieces away, but too many horrible memories were linked to the man who had brought it to his town for him to forget. Some of the pieces had made it out of the guild's control. Sebastian had gotten enough of them. Tibbs had been powerless to save Karina, but he'd sensed it a few times since then, usually in the hands of powerful adventurers, most likely on a mission for that guild. For that guild. Requiring negating someone or something's ability to affect essence. She didn't have an element, he could tell that, so she wasn't an adventurer, a hunter with an element after a reward. He hadn't paid attention, but the nimble roamer probably had a price on his head by now. Only the fact she knew he didn't work alone meant she'd worked out Romer was connected to the other characters he'd created in other cities, even if he'd made sure they all died before he moved on. It had taken decades for it to happen, but someone had made links he couldn't afford. If she, a woman barely out of girlhood, had worked out all those distant things, how all those distant things were connected, others had to also be looking for the person behind those crimes. She might work for them, a trainee maybe. It wouldn't mean her teacher was nearby, and it explained how she came to have the stone. It didn't explain how they think she needed it. None of the characters he'd come across, none of his characters had come across as more than being out of Bart's songs. None of the essence he'd used had been noticed. Her presence meant he should leave. He had the information on the forest. Anything else would be added detail that, while helpful, weren't needed. He could research those in the next library, one he made sure wasn't associated with one of his characters. But his work in the city was barely begun. He had the guards grumbling about not being respected because of the weekly problem with their pay. The rivalries between those still receiving full pay and those who didn't had caused fights between them. The city tried to mitigate the disgruntlement by claiming the nimble roamer was behind it, but the advantage of making the roamer somewhat out of song was that everyone knew what he was, that if he had done it, it would have been a visible affair. As far as anyone was concerned, it was nothing more than the city looking to shift the blame. But he still didn't have anyone to stand up to the city. I'd only recently come across whispers there might be people organizing. If he left now, the city would regain control, tighten its hold on the people again, and nothing would change. Might grow worse as retaliation. He found where the book belonged and went looking for another one. But more importantly, she was just a girl, no older than he looked, but he had decades of experience at evading people far more skilled than she could be. Her teacher might be someone to be wary of, but they would be with her if they didn't think she could handle this. And if they got involved, well, Tibbs had survived a dungeon or two, 3 now. He'd be careful she didn't find him as the scholar or nimble roamer, but she'd have to bring much more than her teacher for him to worry. And that concludes chapter 73 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream's story, and we're I don't know, 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Wait, that needs to be PDF. Alrighty. Chapter. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. Got a correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I record a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 74 of Stepping Wild. The woman sneaking through the alley wasn't horrible. Tibbs only had to prevent one guard from coming across her, and it wasn't because she made a mistake, but on account of the guard breaking off from his team to take a piss. If Tibbs hadn't caused a disturbance in the opposite direction, he'd have been putting himself away as she walked by. She and her little group had learned the guard's routes and moved about unnoticed. They couldn't move as freely as he could, but all they did was sneak to the meeting place at the back of the tailor shop. Did you hear what the roamer did this time? A man whispered as Tibbs entered unnoticed through a narrow window open to air out the room. He helped Joan escape capture. Stole the armor off the guard's back, another man added. No, just took their sword, the first one countered. He had them chasing each other instead of him, a woman said. One of them ended up in his undercloth, and he's going to be trialed tomorrow as their roamer's helper. This was why Tibbs didn't understand Bard's need to change story. Those had already changed by the time they heard them. People were unable to tell a story the same way twice, which meant that by the time it went around a neighborhood, the nimble roamer, keeping guards from arresting a woman on her way to return the extra shirt she'd noticed in her purchases to the merchant by leading them on a merry chase through the alleys, had evolved into a dozen different stories, none of which had elements of what actually happened. He lowered himself from the rafter without being noticed, as the woman he'd followed stepped into the room. Any trouble? A third man asked. They're sticking to the patrols, she replied. How long is that going to last? The other woman asked. She and two of the men were seated at a table. I heard a guard talk about them putting more people on the street to catch that roamer fellow. Like that's going to do him any good, the one leaning against the wall said. He was the one who'd said the guard had lost his armor. Tibbs hadn't learned who these people were. They weren't his team. They were just a group of people taking advantage of the chaos the nimble roamer was causing and hoping to improve the lives of themselves and those around them. More guards mean more new routes, the man who started the story said. We're going to have to start over. We're going to have to map them again. Map them again is going to be, we'll deal with that if it happens, the woman said. Until then, we have work to do. Amiens? He'd worked out she was the leader. The rumblings are real, the other man at the table said. A lot of the guardhouses have had their pay drop. Did you find out why? The other man asked. The stories change, he answered, but the most consistent one is that it's because they couldn't catch the roamer. The city considers it an incentive for them to work harder. What about the criers proclaiming it was the roamer's work? The man against the wall asked. What do you expect the city to say? The other man at the table said dismissively. Like I said, the stories aren't consistent. Neither are the results. In some areas, they're slacking off because of it. In others, they're putting more effort into finding him. So their pay will go back to what it was. How can we take advantage of that unrest? Their leader asked. I don't know. The other woman said, without being sure why it's happening, we don't know how long it's going to last. If the roamer's behind it, once he's caught, everything will go back back as before. The man against the wall snorted. You really think they'll catch him? This isn't a song, Stefan. He isn't here to make things better. He's just some troublemaker with a flair having fun. Tibbs resisted the urge to make himself known with that. He wasn't here to perform, or at least not much. He was here to learn what they were planning and how he could help them. More reason to act if we can, their leader said. Can some of the guards be convinced to help, Amier? Just a few of them helping will make it easier to get the people what? It'll be easier to get the people the cities out to get the people okay. Okay, so they're looking to smuggle the undesirable out of the city before they get captured. Get the people the city's after out. To move the people the city's looking for out. Getting a few of them isn't doing anyone any good, the first man said, annoyed. We need to bring the city down. That means weapons, armors, and a way into the home of the council. Can your guards get us that? No. And even if they could, Amir replied, all that would do is get the other guards to hunt us down. The 5 of us can't topple the people in charge, and those we need to get are already in enough trouble. Why are they in such danger? Tibbs asked, stepping to the edge of their light so his colorful clothing could be seen. This was the first he'd heard of specific people being targeted. If this group was hiding them, his opinion of their capability went up. In the weeks he had followed each of them, he had seen no signs of that. They were up and away. The only one to arm himself with a knife was the one advising to take up arms. He was the rougher looking of the group. Tibbs bowed. Please forgive my intrusion, but in a city such as this, a group working against those in power couldn't escape my attention. The leader pushed the knife down. What do you want? I would start with information. Unlike what some among you think, I am no mere troublemaker. I have a goal. I am interested to know if yours aligns with it. And if it doesn't? She asked. He shrugged. I will endeavor not to get in your way and hope you will offer me the same courtesy. What are you after? The knife holder demanded. Tibbs smiled, not that he could see much, with the shadows his hood added to the low light. Let us say that I seek to change things and see where that takes us. Change them how? Their leader asked. Why are certain people targeted? He countered. The exchange looks a varying level of suspicions. Finally, she spoke. Well before you showed up, people have been trying to change things, trying to get everyone to work together so they could force the city to change how things are done. They had a lot of people that first time they gathered before the city offices demanding to be heard. None of them have been seen since. Stefan said, endangering the city's well-being, the knife holder spat. They haven't been open demonstrations since, the leader continued, but many of those gathering to orchestrate protests were discovered, and those people also vanished. They were taken just for wanting things to change? Tibbs asked. For having plans to make it happen, she answered. She looked at the knife holder. They weren't planning a revolt or to storm houses. They were planning protests that would show the city it needs us as much as we need it. They were the clever ones. Which means, Amiens said, all you have left now are people like us. People looking to protect those who are in danger, Tibbs pointed out. The man shrugged. What else are we going to do without smarts? Those people seeking to escape, Tibbs asked. If they have better resources, ways to plan and act without being caught, do you think they'd fight for the people here, or would they still want to flee? No one smart wants to stay here, the knife holder said. The other woman looked uncertain before speaking. I think he'd stay. Tibbs caught the emphasis. And you prove my point. The leader studied him, eyes filled with suspicions. You're going to want to meet them, aren't you? To make sure they're the right kind of people to help? No. All that would do is put everyone at risk. I'm not looking to take over this city or this group. I'm only seeking to help since our goals do align. And how do you plan on doing that? The knife holder asked defiantly. It might surprise you to learn, he said, acting bashful, that I have accumulated a significant sum of money since arriving. I'm also skilled at getting into places as well as making a nuisance of myself. And you're willing to give us some of that money? The leader asked, hope fighting with suspicions, to work with us? Yes, to the money. Working with you is more fluid. Our goals might align, but they are not the same. I will also not remain here. My schedule is my own, he added before she asked. But while I am here, I am willing to help you achieve your goals. Please pass along that information to those who can make use of it. How do I let you know what they decide? You can tell me next time we meet. He stepped back into the shadows. I know how to find you, after all. He wrapped himself in an itching of darkness and was in the rafter before the man with the knife had the lantern in hand and stood where Tibbs had been. He raised it, looking into the rafter, but by then Tibbs was against the wall and moving the light did was move the shadows about, not remove them. We need to go, he said. I don't think he's going to betray us, the leader said. He'd have brought the guards if that was his plan. I'm with Roland, Amiens said. We leave and find a different place for the next meeting. And you have one? She asked. Maybe we should end the meeting, the other woman said, and think about what he said. We definitely need the help, but he said that it depends on what he'll do. He didn't mean him specifically, Stefan said. Who else is going to take him up on the help? She countered. Tibbs felt the tension rise. All right, the leader said. Pass the information along and he can decide what happens. What about the next meeting? Amiens asked. She looked into the shadows. Well, he said he knows how to find us. He can let us know and we'll figure something out then. They left, one by one, the leader last. She looked worried, lifting the chimney off the lantern, eyes on the shadows before snuffing the light out and leaving. He stayed in the rafters, thinking over what he'd learned. Someone with a plan was better than hoping this chaos would end up helping the city folks. When he left, it was by the window he entered. Hopefully, this would speed things up. Tibbs nearly decided against his performance when he sensed the muddled essence in the crowd. He was already closer than he'd like to her, since by its nature, the greenstone's effect was difficult to notice until he was close to it. Until close by. Unlike what he'd expected, she wasn't shopping. She stood with guards looking over the plaza. Chance that she was where he planned on this performance? And planned on bringing the people here to it? Bringing the people here into it? Or did she have other magic items that clued her in? Or teach her, maybe? He grabbed the hem of his well-appointed cloak, its hood up, that covered his performance clothing. Regardless of her presence, he had a show to put on. With a spin, he pulled it off, and sent it in the air, along with silver coins and an itching of air to disperse them. Today is a good day to enjoy life, he yelled with a laugh. Take what the elements rain down on you and improve your day, your life, that of your fellow citizens. People hurried away from him, looking scared, then perplexed, as they noticed what fell on them. He threw another handful. Silver is always good to rise the spirits. Get your special someone something that will make them smile, that will make them remember there are good days along with the trying ones. The guards yelled for people to move away, for them to drop the coins, for them to go home, for them to do what they were told. Remember, Tibbs yelled over their voices, turning for an alley, you decide how good your lives are. He ran around people, scrambling for coins, while cries of distress accompanied the guard's movement. He jumped to the roof as soon as the second turn took him fully out of sight of anyone in the plaza. He sensed the guards enter the alley, make the turn, and run past where he was. They'd run themselves to exhaustion looking for him. They were too reliant on the people watching the roofs, keeping anyone from running them. But he'd picked this plaza because the varying height of the buildings blocked this roof from the watcher's sight. He turned to run and stopped. A look over his shoulder showed him a hand grabbing the edge 3 roofs over. A second joined it, and he focused on the muddled sense of the girl pulling herself up. Vibrant copper hair became visible as she reached for a further handhold. A leg went over the edge, and she rolled herself onto the roof, immediately getting to her feet. Looking around, she grinned at seeing him. She pointed and said something that didn't carry, something to the effect of having outsmarted him. He expected it, but the only reason she thought to check the roof was that she couldn't know about the watchers. That was a good time to introduce her to them. He ran for the closest watch post, making her work to keep up. She managed that with the ease of someone used to chasing people or being chased. And he wondered how much of either had happened and why. Did her teacher have her do all the work and take the credit? Had she had to run for her life on the street as he had? She didn't seem straight, but maybe she'd been taken out of it and had been taught to act differently. Jumping, however, was not her strength, not with all that metal in her armor. He even had to keep her from falling once, the muddling of his essence from the stone causing his attempt to grab the metal in her armor to slip uselessly. So he had to resort to an itching of air behind her to shove her forward. She didn't take the time to marvel at not dying, and picked up the chase right into the line of sight of the guards Tibbs had avoided. They jumped out and caught her. Tibbs grinned at her as she struggled and argued. He waved as she pointed in his direction and gave a bow before the guards turned and hid behind the chimney. That would take care of her. And that concludes chapter 74 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. Multiple chapter ahead of what's being posted. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. There is italics in this one, so I need. Actually, yes, I need to, because even if I do a direct paste, it won't carry over. Oh, right. June 30th, it's July 2nd. Alrighty, and on to this morning's last chapter. Let's remove that just so there's no accident or mistake. Alrighty, confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 75 of Stepping Wild. The group's leader walked among the other shoppers in the market, making it easy for Tibbs to follow her. She was dressed as someone of means, although not of extensive wealth, and while he had intended on learning nothing about her or the others in her group, he'd found her man owned a shop when he followed her in and they kissed. She then proceeded to tell him about the rest of her plans for the day. He had not followed her when she left the market. He didn't want to learn where she lived and possibly find out her family was more extensive than her and her man. He only wanted to know the little he needed about her so he could help with their plan to make things easier for the city folks. She returned to the market by the cavern gate every few days, and that had been enough for him. This time, as she engaged another shopper in conversation who knew her by the enthusiastic response, he slipped a piece of paper with the instructions between the folds of rough paper around the... Yeah, that's a lot of paper. Full of the wrap around the parcel in her arms, and continued on, getting only enough of their talk to work out it was about the pulp trade. It had been over a week since he'd introduced himself, so time for another meeting. That done, he headed for the library. Tibbs raised his head off the counter when the tankard slammed onto it. He looked around, eyes unfocused, as a man handed over a copper and walked away with it. Tibbs sensed him sit at a table with others. He looked into the tankard he'd held on to while sleeping and found it empty. He raised it. "Another," he slurred. "Quine," the barkeep demanded, his tone no longer severe. The way it had been that first evening. Tibbs drank himself into a stupor at his counter. Then he had doubt that someone like that could afford the ale he wanted, even if Tibbs was dressed as one of the city's common workers. But now he'd done this for 8 days. But he'd done this for 8 days now, and without fail, he had coins. So the man just demanded it ahead of time without adding opinion to the tone. He sensed the essence in the ale, trying to work out how the interaction between corruption and wood played a part in getting people drunk. Corruption was the biggest influence, but with drinking as much as he had to play drunk, he'd realized that he still felt something once the corruption was removed after 6 tankards or so. With wood being the other significant element in the ale, it had to be it, but he couldn't work out how. So he now removed both, ending up with foul-tasting water. He arrived each evening not long after the end of day bell sounded and drank quite quickly until his head hit the counter. Then his time would be spent fighting to remain awake enough to order his next drink and go through it. He wasn't the only one who drank too much in the tavern, but he was the only one who did so at the end of the bar. He also was the only one not to stagger home before the curfew sounded. He'd expected the barkeep to question how it was Tibbs always had copper for his ale, or how he could be back every day, since, as drunk as he seemed, leaving after full dark, guards were sure to get him and throw him in a cell for a few days as a lesson. But it seemed the man didn't care where people got their coins, and that avoiding guards was the drunk's own business. He had expected her to show up already. The note had told her where to go, when to be there, and what to say to the barkeep on duty, so he'd know to contact the nimble roamer and to leave immediately without paying attention to the barkeep maintaining his role as to not draw attention to them. It was close enough to the curfew bell. He thought he'd have to be back when she entered the tavern. "Barkeep," she said once she was at the bar, and continued before the man replied, "I need you to pass along a message. Tell RDL that the Turtine is in place and ready for her to pick up." "Who?" the man replied, but she was already heading for the door. "The what?" He called after her, but she didn't stop. Tibbs smiled in his arm. He didn't move. He continued drinking the way he always did, well into the night, then staggered out and into the first alley, where he etched darkness around him and went to the roofs to run for his lair. He followed her to the same tailor shop back room 2 days after she gave the signal, as had been part of his instructions. This time he waited until she was inside to slip in by the same window as before. The knife holder had a lantern up, shining as much light into the rafters as he could, but moving it so much, all he did was create darker shadows. Tibbs moved with them and dropped into a dark corner. The man was so confident he knew how to catch Tibbs' rival, he hadn't bothered lighting the rest of the storage room. "How long are we waiting?" The other woman seated at a table with Amiens and Stefan asked. "Until he comes," the leader replied, sitting. "Are you sure he's going to show up?" Amiens asked. "The instruction he gave you didn't have a way to let him know where we'd meet." "I'd like to see him sneak in," the knife holder said, still panning the light into the rafters. "He found us before," she said. "He will again." Tibbs stepped to the edge of the light and bowed. "I said I would." The knife holder had the light on him. "How did you get in?" "Sneakily." "Do you have an answer?" "He's willing to work with you," the other woman said, "but he needs a demonstration of how far you're willing to go." "A test?" He didn't have to fabricate the amusement in his voice. "To see if I'm willing to go further than taking money right out from under the guards protecting it? I must say I'm curious as to what he has in mind." "In 6 days to a week," she said, "a caravan will arrive. Among the goods is a supply of weapons for the guards, swords, polearms, and others. He wants you to make them vanish." Tibbs took time responding. It felt too extreme for the little they'd implied about this hidden leader. "Is he looking to declare war on the city?" he asked, making the dubiousness clear. "I told you he'd know this wasn't the right thing to do," their leader said, motioning in his direction. He's all about subtly unsettling those who enforce power." "You call stealing their money under their nose being subtle?" Stefan said. "Ah, but I have stolen nothing. No matter what those in power claim, I am simply a convenient potsy, so they don't have to take the blame for the pressure they are applying on their guards." "You just said you'd taken their money." "And if the city somehow finds themselves paying closer attention to the transport of the queens than they already are, I'll know who to ask as to why they're doing that." He let the tone be the threat. "Can you make some of them disappear?" the contact woman asked, sounding worried. "We can't let the guards be better armed than they already are. More weapon just means they'll be more apt to use them when someone tries to resist." Fear made for an understandable motivation for something he felt was extreme, although the group leader's reaction made him think there had been an aspect of testing if he'd be able to know what went against a long-term plan. "If the goal is to see them unarmed," he said, "how about this? How about I replace those weapons with defective versions? Add to the impression that those in power are punishing the guards for not being able to do the job they required of them. You won't know what the weapons are until they get here." Then consider this me adding to my demonstration of commitment by also showing you the extent of my resourcefulness. Their leader looked at the contact woman. I don't have enough time to check with him. She answered the silent question. If he can't pull it off, Stefan said, are we worse off than right now? If he can't do it, he's going to sell us off to save his skin, the knife holder said. The suspicion in the look their leader gave the man said that she, too, thought this was giving away more of the man's potential actions than what he expected the roamer, that should be capitalized, to do. I won't be caught. That's the kind of attitude that gets people killed, the knife holder said disdainfully. Only if they aren't as good as I am. How are we going to know it worked? The leader asked. With him replacing them, just saying he was done wouldn't be enough. I will arrange for a demonstration. I say we let him do it, Amier said. If he screws up, it's his neck on the line. At this point, I doubt the guards are going to let him live if they catch him. No matter how much of an example the city wants to make of him. There was a sense of confidence in the statement Tibbs wouldn't expect from someone making a supposition. The man looked strong enough to be a guard, and while Tibbs hadn't seen the man move, there was a quiet alertness to him that contrasted with the knife holder's nervous searching. There had been no light on any of his words, and that was enough for Tibbs to leave things as they were. Then, with your leave, I shall go and prepare. If I need to reach you, the leader said, do I do it the same way? That will draw attention. I will have a new place and message to use delivered to you. The knife holder shone the lantern on Tibbs. Let's see you sneak out this time. He chuckled. What's the point? With you so intent on seeing me off, I'll just use the door. He took 3 steps in its direction, then the wind he hatched coming from the open window was strong enough to extinguish the lantern. Tibbs was in the rafter and out that window before the lamp was lit. He stepped to the caravan gate among the other successful-looking residents, and the guard wrote down all their descriptions. For this, he was dressed like them, a successful merchant going directly to the caravan so he could ensure that what he wanted would be available. His pouch was heavy with coin, enough he could engage in early trade. The caravan guard were on the side, the guard master addressing them before sending them to help the merchant move their wares. She was tall and carried herself like she was comfortable being obeyed. He spoke with the merchants as they got ready, inquiring about their wares, and when he came across a candy seller, asked to see what she stocked. She wasn't in a position to show him everything, with most still being in their case, but she had spiced candies. He had to buy a box of them that would last him for the month if he could be reasonable in eating them, since that was the only way she was willing to trade from her wagon. He kept walking among them, and as the instructions for the caravan guards ended and they moved on to helping the merchants, he asked questions and looked over the wares as the transportation started. He couldn't approach their wagons that held weapons. The guards around them were not caravan guards, and Tibbs wondered how much conflict their presence had caused. From his experience, caravan guards didn't like outsiders doing the work they considered theirs. If he had been unable to sense the weapon, those guards would have if he hadn't that's going to be clearer that way. If he hadn't been able to sense the weapons, those guards would have told them where they were. Tibbs was confident that if he could weave essence, he'd be able to do something less notable with how the weapons would break. There was a flow in the essence that made them similar to how it flowed into people, although it didn't so much move an object as simply was, which was yet another thing that couldn't be when essence was involved. If he could weaken along that flow, he thought the breaks would look more real when they happened. Without that, he had to resort to simply pulling some of the wood and metal essence out of them. Even trying to make that uneven didn't work, as he couldn't control what happened to the essence there. The essence moved when he stopped until it felt mostly the same once he stopped. Until it felt mostly the same. He spoke with merchants, checked out the way the wares were moved until he was done. Then he exited the corral with the merchants and guards, having to pause long enough for his description to be matched to what had been written. He walked through the market, box under his arm, intent on leaving it now that his work was done, when he sensed the muddling of essence. How had she known he'd be here? What was she still doing in the city? He didn't know how long the guards would keep her on a cell, but he expected them to throw her out for breaking their rules. Did her teacher have that much clout? When he saw her, knowing he should be heading in the opposite direction, he was surprised to see her alone. No one looked like they were her teacher, observing how she acted as she questioned. She rubbed fabric between her fingers and looked at the merchant inquisitively. She didn't wear her metal-laden leathers, but clothing that had seen a lot of traveling. He was making a mistake, he told himself as he approached. Her teacher was hidden, skilled enough to escape Tibbs' attention. She was the bait meant to pull at his curiosity. But he was curious, and so long as he was careful, how could they know who he was? "Do you have this in saffron?" she asked as he stepped to the merchant's stall. She sounded younger than she looked, or just excited. Less the hunter that somehow tracked him here, and more the girl she was. The stone was under her shirt, so he wouldn't be able to ask about it. No one else had one. Had her teacher given her the day to herself? The merchant returned with an orange bolt of fabric and placed it before her. She looked at Tibbs. "Are you looking for something specific? The more exotic fabrics aren't here yet, but I have a good selection of popular colors from the capital. Something that will survive children," he replied, taking a candy from the box and popping it into his mouth. "In green. My woman's decided it's time to cut them new clothing. Enough for 4. He added, and his pursuer looked at him in surprise and didn't look away, even when Tibbs raised an eyebrow. "Sorry." Her fair skin turned pink, and she focused on the orange fabric. "I expect it's all right, although I am curious. Why the look?" She didn't look up from the fabric. "You look young to have 4 little ones so active they'll damage clothing." "Ah, thank you. The elements have been kind to me." He looked over the bolt. The merchant presented him, testing the fabric's toughness. "If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? I can't place the accent." "Oh, from a lot of places. Me and my mom traveled a lot. She was a caravan guard, although she stayed within Olvillon once I was old enough to move about." He nodded his approval to the merchant, and she took the bowl to the table to the side. "And what brings you to our fair city?" "I'm hunting a criminal." He was surprised at the casual admission. He looked around. Is your master close by?" "My what?" she demanded. He was surprised at the anger in her voice. "Your teacher?" Maybe they had different term for the apprentice-master relationship in her kingdom. "What do you think I need one of those?" she demanded with enough heat they attracted look. "Forgive me," he said, unsure how to proceed. "It simply seems to me that unless the elements have been kinder to you than me, you are young to be hunting criminals on your own." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Did my dad send you?" "Your father?" he asked, baffled. "He told me exactly that," she replied to own suspicions, "even though he taught me everything I know." She sighed. "No, of course he didn't send you. Sorry, he's just so overprotective. I don't think he trusts that my mom taught me how to think." She smiled knowingly. "But I'm close to getting him. I'm the only one who's worked out what he's after." He had to work at not showing his relief. They'd return to something he knew how to deal with. Money, obviously, as all criminal law. "That's just so he can afford what he's after," she replied dismissively. "And he gives most of it away. He just keeps enough so he can get the whatever paper he'll need made so he can enter the libraries and universities." "A learned criminal?" he asked with a chuckle. She shrugged. "Takes all kinds. I don't care what he does. Does with why he does it. He's a criminal. I'm going to bring him in and show them I can do this. The merchant handed him the fabric, wrapped in rough paper. He paid for it. Then I wish you luck. He turned to leave. Luck's not a thing, she replied offhandedly and continued while Tib struggled not to show his surprise. I'll take enough for a shirt. Is there someone here who does tailoring? He forced himself to keep walking. How rarely had he heard someone say that? There was no luck element, but even among runners who knew that essence made everything that was in the world, they still called on luck. Among people who didn't have an element, when he pointed out to them that luck wasn't a thing, this belief was always the response. Then arguments about how he was wrong, bringing up incidents that were clearly them having planned well or poorly as example. She worked alone. Did so to prove herself to others, and knew enough about the elements to know there was no such thing as luck. That had to be, and that and the stone could mean she had contacts among adventurers. Maybe they were who she wanted to prove herself to. Maybe she wanted to convince them she was good enough to be a runner. Whatever her reasons were, the worrying part was how much she had worked out, and about why he did what he did. He was going to have to rethink his method the next time he needed a library. And that concludes chapter 75 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. Where we're about, 20 chapters ahead of that. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. What? Oh, July 2nd, set forth. I'm saying that, so that's not the issue. That is there. So why does this? Oh, right. This is the okay. I know why. Because that changed. means I need to go here. There we go. That was why. Cool. I am glad I've worked out to fix that. Did you post? Yes, you did. Well. Something that struck out to you. Said father, then said mom. Mom feels too modern for a setting portrayed, where mother feels like it might fit better. Yeah, but it's a representation of familiarity. There's a formality between her and her father that doesn't exist between her and her mother. So I need a way of expressing that. And that's the only way I could think of. And, I don't want to invent brand new words if I can avoid it. So, yeah, I get that it's a little modern. But it's a case of doing the best with what I've got, what I can think of. And I expect it is not the only place where stuff like that happened. The only places I made sure I made a conscious decision to change the words being used is places dealing with husband-wife relationship, because there is no religion in this world. There is no religion the way we have it. And terms like married, husband, wives are at their core religious terminologies. So I've removed them. Which is why people refer to their man, their women, for their special person will be also used. Basically, it's sort of my term, my way of, how I accommodated being married. It's their special person. Okay, that's done. But otherwise, I use I use the best that I can think of. And I'm realizing I use dad here, which should be father. If I can think of something better before this, you know, gets the time frame where it's supposed to be published, I'll change it. Like I said, it's a... Holy cow, why is this so loud? Holy cow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 15 chapters left to go in the second draft of this book. There's going to be more because I'm going to be adding, I'm going to literally, there's a entire section that gets expanded. Now that I know. Which is just, yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if Ma would work. There is a antiquity to that term, at least to my ears. But, you know, there is time. I'm really, really hoping that before this book comes out, and this is book 4. I get enough sales on the whole to be able to have this properly, to have book 2, book 3, and this book. Basically, I'm hoping that the books will be, I'll have enough money to get them edited. So. Because publishing book 2 without it being properly edited is not comfortable at all for me. Interesting. See if I can pull off what I intend for that. And you know what? I should check. Well, one, I should do that. Do this. Let's confirm that this still. It does not work. Good. Good thing that I decided to check that it did. There we go. Oh, good. Is that feedback or the first? What's on the screen right now is the outline. So I will be writing my first draft. My co-scripter is who writes the outdraft. We basically sit down and I talk about what my plans are. He throws in his ideas. We mix everything up, and then he writes the outline. I go over it. Make alterations to it. Well, yeah, make alterations like here. I added this after the fact because when we were talking about this story, it didn't occur to me to discuss to deal with the Alex's grandparents, which and I think it's because I don't deal with them at all in the previous trilogy, which now is making me think that it at least needs to be addressed. Like, I know why he's not contacting them. But I'm realizing that I don't address it in the previous trilogy. So here I figure, and I also want to set up some of the details of the next trilogy. And that will happen in this phone call. Also establish that now that they are no longer wanted by everyone, that he's able to get in touch with them again, because in the first and second trilogy, the fact that he has dinner with them once a week is a fairly important detail. And now that he's no longer in Phoenix, I want to establish how he gets in contact. But yeah, I added that. Everything else is, like I said, we sit down, we brainstorm. 75% of what ends up on the page is mine, and he has his ideas. It's one of the reasons I like working with him. In this one, there's a bit more because two of his characters show up. Actually, no, three in this one. But two of Ralph and Ryan are back in this trilogy. Actually, yeah, they're back in this actual trilogy. I don't know how much of a role they're going to play in the next one. But they're residents in the town of Lost Hope. So they're there. Ryan is one of Tristan's deputy. So he, when I write chapters with either of those characters, I pay a little more attention to his notes about what I wrote. In the previous draft, where those two characters are introduced, they're fairly significant to to book 7. So, and for the fun of it, he actually rewrote a couple of chapters where there's a lot of interaction with Ryan and Ralph, because, to adjust their behavior to something he feels fits more. And with a few exception of details, because he's also rewriting my characters in the process, where, those details I don't want to happen for reasons. I've literally copy pasted that into the first draft, and when I do the second draft, that will be my starting point, so that their behaviors is much more. You don't outline at all. First draft, it looks more like what you see other people in the second draft of the draft. I personally don't outline. I am incapable of outlining. But I do like working from an outline. I find that I write faster if there's been the process of building the outline. Me and my co-scripter talking through what the story's about. Because what happens with me is that alone with a screen, and when I try to do anything relating to outlining, my mind just goes blank. My mind literally goes, you know what? I want to write. So about the only time that I can come up with stuff about the story is when I'm responding to questions, responding to input. And in the process of doing that, I can't write. I'm just in my head, I'm just answering questions. Oh, well, this is what the characters are going to do. This is what the arc is about. This is, like this trilogy is about lost hope. It's about the town itself. And for a while, I did not know if there was going to be a trilogy, because I couldn't really think of three stories to tell where taking place within Lost Hope. And we stretch things a little bit. Ultimately, book 2 and 3 don't take all in place in Lost Hope, but it's still central. Once I came up with the idea for the tourists, my co-scriptor came up with the idea for book 2, for the second book in the trilogy, and part of the setup for the book for the book 2 in trilogy gave me what happens in book 3. You outline in your head, but don't write it any down. The outline is more like person capture called. You see, in my head, I don't outline. I simply watch the movie. Like when I was trucking, when I was driving a truck, that was a good part of my time driving. Like I would watch the movies of ideas, of stories in my head. And what happens is that I forget most of it by the time it comes down to writing it. So when I want to write one of those stories, I just have to write. If I remember details, and those I'll put notes, this needs to happen. At some point this happens and these characters do that kind of stuff. But yeah, ultimately, like in my head, again, like I said, left to my own device, I cannot write an outline. It's something I have accepted. It bugs me every so often. I mean, honestly, less now that I have my co-scriptor. But now that I have my co-scriptor, the concern is that what happens if, for some reason, he goes away? What am I going to do the day that he's no longer there to help me? So, yeah, but I don't focus on that. I appreciate that he's there to help me, and if for some reason the work relationship we have ends, I'll deal with it then. The lady was there. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. So I will return in about an hour. And I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon, it is chapter 2 of The Tourists. Book 10, I believe, in the Monster and Badman series. That would actually be, and that is book 1 in the Lost Hope trilogy. It is, and Alex. Thank you, Reject. It was nice and relaxing. Which is what I want out of lunch. It is an Alex chapter. So how do I start this? All right. Let's keep in mind that this is not about health. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Or welcome back. How are you doing? I finished a course that no one in the course is understanding the teacher. Okay. That's probably not good for passing the exam. Two-person complaint, and I think that is enough for you since. So when you say finished a course, do you mean you dropped out or you reached the end? Finish all lessons, part, okay. Had to learn from YouTube. Yeah, definitely not good. Does not bode well for the teacher. You mean the YouTube videos are a great way to learn things, teach yourself the basics of C programming by watching YouTube videos. Thing for the used to. Cool. have fun with the writing. Hey, enjoy it all. Welcome to the stream. Yes, this is a first draft. Down here is the outline, the notes for the chapter. And then it's just me writing. I am walking on a tray. How am I typing? With my hands on the keyboard. I've got the keyboard on a tray at proper height, and I just type. It's something that, you know, when you start, you have to get used to it. But I've been doing this for a year and a half now. No, sorry, 2 years and a half. Or is it 3? Anyway, for quite a while. So it's kind of the norm for me now. Do I have plans to remove Stepping Up from Royal Road? Well, once it's published on Kindle Unlimited, I won't have a choice. Kindle Unlimited does not allow us to have the book places that takes away from their money. What is my most successful book to date? I have no idea. Let me check. Did they change this? Oh, no, there it is. They've moved it around. Our most successful book to date is Tristan. Book 1 in the Tristan series. Considering it's the first book I put out, that's not really surprising. What is a little surprising to me is that my most recent book is in 3rd position. But then there's a very, very quick drop off. In all my books, I've got 19 books out. And Tristan has been out for actually bookshelf, I think. So Tristan has been out for 9 years. And Bottom Rung has been out for a little over a year. Maybe a year and a half at this point. So it's impressive how quickly it got there. How many books? Pie. I actually don't know if I can get that, or if I can, how to go about it. I can easily get numbers, money, but it doesn't really give me. Yeah, I don't know how to get. How to get how many books, how many copies made me money. All of them. No. I have I have a secondary income stream that covers all my bills. Money from my books go towards paying for the work that needs to be done on my book, which is why I haven't had a lot of books published recently, because I don't get a lot of money this way. I am not the definition of a successful writer. In large part, although because I don't do marketing, I don't know, I can't know if that is really a part of it, but I don't do marketing. I despise marketing, and I cannot get myself to do significant. I've got a few things every week on Blue Sky. I get an advertising going up. Well, the big ones, but that's the thing. They are the exceptions. But yeah, I'm fortunate enough to do this full time because I have a secondary income stream. I could start small, like merging both streams. You're surprised because of the content. You don't have widespread. You're supporting me. That would just lead to confusion, Akla. People would not take advantage of what numbers, Akla? You seem to be under the mistaken impression that my gaming stream has anything resembling success. Like, the numbers on my gaming stream are way lower than on my writing stream. Again, I don't do advertising, so, you know, I basically rely on word of mouth. And clearly, people who read my book aren't interested in sharing them, which, is their choice. I don't. Well, Coach Gary, everyone does that and it's fine. Well, I'm not everyone, and I want people to know what they're in for when they join one of my streams. Too many times I've went to a writer stream only to find them gaming. That's not what I want. If I'm going to follow a writer, I do that because they write. I've got no interest in their gaming. So I don't like it, therefore I don't do it. Same with marketing. I don't like marketing. I do not like to be marketed to. And therefore I have trouble getting myself to market to people. And I do pay for it. Like I have, I'm not saying, that nobody needs to market. I fully understand that marketing is how books sell. I just can't get myself to do it. You're here for the treadmilling, Reject? Well, enjoy it because there's only 5 minutes of it left. This is an exercise channel. I don't know what does the name say. What's the name of the streamer? What I pride myself on properly advertising what I am. Yeah, but the streamer's name is The Tiger Writes. Not the tiger, not the playing tiger. That's the other guy. So I write, and this is what takes place on this channel. Writing and writing related stuff. If somebody has a neutral name, he has another screen set up. He's sitting while you walk. I'm the evil twin. The other guy barely does violence in his gaming. Haven't you heard him? Haven't you heard him and seen him run every time a drifter shows up? Hey, Angst, isn't it usually the tiger sits in the afternoon or only on Thursdays? In the evening. But he still goes by the playing tiger, even when he's sitting down. The Tiger Writes never sits down. You'd expect the playing tiger to be pouncing things and everything. Watermelons. Well, he pounces things online, and even then, not all that great. Something about stand-ups, and first thought it was a comedy in the workplace. Thought it was working like you do, standing for others, a company melting. Then figured out it's a company meeting that does crazy every 10 minutes. What? Alrighty. Let me bring out the calendar. Okay, two of them. Oh yeah. Is this Thursday too early for you? All right. And how about the week after that? All right, so 22nd and 29th of May. You are welcome. Stand up. Its name stand up. And it's where we thought all that else. Hey, Fox. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Just another appointment with the dentist. I hope it went well, or that it will go well if it has not happened yet. Since 3 years you're going, but you don't care. You hope I'm all right. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Just got knowledge gap. Could maybe explain what's wrong with American Confederation flag? I'm Canadian, so I don't know that I'm the right person. Um, if you mean basically the American Confederate flag is not the American Confederation does not exist. Therefore, the flag is invalid. But also, it is a representation of slavery in America. They were defeated. They have no business proclaiming it. That and literally everybody who fights for it to be recognized is basically admitting to trying to cover up its racist its slavery ancestry. But again, I'm Canadian, so my information is almost certainly incomplete. But that is what I've gathered. Basically, it's an invalid flag. That's basically that. And its history is tainted in blood. Think of it as the American version of the Nazi flag. Hello, James. Welcome to the stream. Consider yourself hugged back and a die 10. And we have an 8. Yeah. Enjoy the lurk, angst. You don't have this. Why is it blurry? Because I'm about to write stuff that could get me banned. Basically, sex is about to happen. And that is stuff that I cannot have visible on the screen due to Twitch's terms and conditions. So blurring it and switching it to my Discord for those who absolutely need to read that is my way of accommodating it while Lapin, 83 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hogged back, James. Yep, too spicy for Twitch. I mean, the reality of it is that the odds are good that I wouldn't get in trouble for it because it's written text. So people would have to actually stop, take the time to read what's there, which, you know, isn't really a thing. But all it takes is one person to do it and then lodge a complaint. And I get banned. So, don't want that to happen. Oh wait. I need to check something. And okay, that's something I'll have to adjust next time. Let me grab the link for you. Let's confirm that works. There you go. That is the link. I see you there. I'm loud there. That's possible. You may want to mute one or the or adjust the volume. You can adjust volume if you right click on my name in the room. You can adjust my volume. You found it? Cool. You think you'll leave? Alrighty, well, thank you for dropping by, Fox. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Lapin, 31 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. I will be right back. Might have enough point by the end of the week to redeem a reading coin. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, Terrible Novellist! Welcome to the stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good day also. A D20, a D10. And it turns out It is 8 again. Hey, Christy! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thank you. The writing went quite well. Just finished the chapter. 2,300 words. Working on finishing a big project today. Ooh, very cool. Crossing your fingers it works, and then you're done with it. I certainly hope it works. Oh. Lapin is 62 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hugged back. Hey, Robert. Welcome to the stream. from YouTube. How are you doing today? Enjoy the lurg, James. Alrighty. And with my lighting done, I will bring the stream to an end. With a raid to Liddy. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild in the morning, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.